Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream, last day of the week, TGIF as they say. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev, of course, and I want to be doing mostly polish today, just tweaking little things that I've kind of left back. We might get to some quest stuff a little bit later, but I've been working on wrapping up the boss fight and then doing a little bit of tuning up some null states for menus. If that's something that you understand, then you know what I mean. Otherwise, I'll explain it in a second. I want to say a big welcome and thank you to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. I want to say a special thank you to Sarah Fifth for the most recent follow and Dimon for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Welcome. All right. So let me kind of take you through what I did this morning. The first thing I did, picking up off of what we were doing yesterday, was I added an end condition to boss fights that's a little bit more classical, what you would expect in a fighting game or something like that, in a game like this, where we can turn the music down. Okay. And we can give Harriet just 1 HP. So 1-1. If we attack her now, time slows down, we get a Harriet defeated, and then it fades to black. It might be nice to turn that into a slower fade to black. And then we go into a cutscene and that's all good. So slowdown's good. Big title card, Harriet defeated, great. She currently has a boss health bar that's now kind of generic, but that's okay. At least it's functional and it blends with the rest of the game, which is great. So then I put a little bit of time into the forging menu and the menu system in general. So right now you can see here we can click on this, we can cycle through these, but you can't cycle to a menu like field that has nothing in it. So this idea of null states it's actually super prevalent throughout all UI design around the world. If you have a system, let's say a user account on, let's say you just sign up for TikTok or whatever, and you have a likes page, but you haven't liked anything yet. How do you render what happens when there's nothing that you've liked? And especially with situations like this, where we've got like pages where specifically they render like in this case, a grid of items or a list of items. I can either show you just a big blank page and say nothing here, or in this case, what I've decided to do is make it so that you can't even access those, right? They're grayed out. You can't do anything here. You can't go into your inventory or equipment or whatever until later. So that's the first thing I did today. And the UI sounds react accordingly. You get that dunk 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 when you press it. If you pick up an item, now we can go into the inventory and it will render correctly. Imagine what we would show here if there was nothing that we could select. It would just be the word inventory and a big blank nothing. So additionally, I have this A and D. Those also don't work unless you've got something that you can move to. So you can't go from this to this using A and D. You can only go to the things that you have fields for, or like values for. So in this case, we come over here, get our first forge quest. That opens up the quests dialog, which needs a little bit of work. And then we can have our first design. That opens up the designs page. So now we can flip back and forth between designs and quests and inventory, but we can't flip to equipment. Now, if we make some equipment, we make an iron pauldron. Now we can go and check the iron pauldron in the equipment. And now we have one of everything. We've taken some equipment, we've got items, we've got a design that we've completed, and we've got a quest that we started. So that's good. That's what it should look like. Hey Javine, I'm pretty good today. Does keyboard settings menu title say audio in your build? It does. Good catch. Yeah, it does actually. Cool. And now it doesn't. That's been like that for about, 2019. That's only been like that for 6 years. I've never noticed it. No one's ever mentioned it. That's the first time. Thank you. Alrighty. Fix now though. Let's see. Settings, audio, settings, video, settings, keyboard. Perfect. So there are still a number of things that I need to do before this system is like actually usable. So I think the menu itself is actually looking pretty good. The quests page is a bit weird, a bit bare, and I'd love to add in some fast travel, but I don't think we're going to get there for the demo. I just don't think it's likely because we've got 7 days before I'm going to submit this thing, and in 7 days, that's a tall order to polish off everything that I've got left and also add in a new system for fast travel. Although, fast travel probably wouldn't be that difficult to put in. It's pretty easy. It's more just the map, designing what the map should look like. It could be as complicated as the equipment menu, which was like 2 weeks. So we'll work on that after. Yeah, the demo is small, but it might... the demo as a vertical slice is one of those things where I've always felt like it should be representative of the game, the final game. So even if you don't need the fast travel very much, it might just be nice to see that it's a planned feature. That's kind of the idea. But it's not a big deal. You're right. It's not. I'm not like concerned about it or anything. It's more just something that I'm conscious of. All right. Pardon me. I'm wondering if there's any reason why I'm sitting. You should see how I'm sitting at my desk. I'm like at a 45-degree angle. Why is the desk not rotated for me? I guess the answer would be that this monitor is a little bit not well oriented. If I turn... I could just move it. I could just move everything this way. Or move everything this way. Maybe that's what I do. Actually, this might be a mistake. Does this help? Well, I always do say that, That always tends to happen to me. I mean, this is a reason. Now you can see this. But I feel like seeing the edge of my computer screen kind of gives you a little bit of reference. I don't know. I can kind of get it out if I put it just there. One more. I'm just going to get comfortable. Yeah, I'd really prefer this to be like here, which means I need to bring that across, which means I need to go back to where it was. Yep. Yep, you got it. I'm just going to see if I can open out. Hang on. If I can open that out. And then if I sit here, it just means I got to do this a little bit, but that's better. Okay. Let's do it. Now, I think there we go. You can see the blue light behind me gets brighter and less bright the more I fiddle with this. The cable is right under my foot. So if I move my feet, I can. All right. So, Fallen Knight asks a question on YouTube. They say, "Hey Adam, I feel really down recently. I feel stupid because I can't learn shit from Game Maker. It's hard for me to learn specific stuff. Any advice on how to cope with that?" Look, I personally, I hope my answer doesn't like hurt your excitement to learn, because my experience with Game Maker is that it didn't really fit my expectations on how I wanted to build my games. So I found it difficult to pick up because it didn't feel very extensible. I know lots of people have made lots of cool games in Game Maker, so I know that there's a way to do it, but I personally didn't have a great experience with it. That said, game dev's really hard. You should pick, if you're learning, the smaller thing that you pick, the smaller the project, the more likely it is that you'll come away from that project feeling successful. And if you need a win, pick a really small project. Take a break from what you're working on, pick something super small and just make that. Something that you basically already know how to build, but has one extra little thing on top of it. Because you need that momentum, that emotional momentum. You need to feel like you're actually doing something. Otherwise, you're just going to feel shitty all the time. It's not you. It's just game dev's really hard. Hey, Nonya Business. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. All right. So, the thing that I really wanted to fix was, if we go over to the game engine, maybe we'll just go over to some random scene. And then engine, and then just like chapter 1, day 2, we should already have a sword. It's this screen that I think needs a bit of TLC, and particularly it's how to interact with this scene. I have a bit of an issue, which is that I don't have a lot of space for tooltips or like button prompt tips. So what I need is like somewhere that I can always put what the buttons do on the screen. I think it's going to be below. I think it's going to be down here. You can't really see that, but that's okay. Like most games, you know, down in this space, it's pretty ample. It's just that I come from a background as a UX designer in TV design, like broadcast design, specifically like cable boxes, and that's where I first started. And in that industry, you have what are called safe zones. So people's TVs, and it's the same in print as well. Whenever you're doing a design, there's a percentage of the screen that you just don't put anything in because you don't know what people's displays are doing. In the past, there was a whole thing about teletext TVs. So some TVs used to display an extra little bit of info down the bottom beyond what you're supposed to see. That was for like a very primitive form of cable box logic, and it would feed info, metadata about what you're watching at the bottom of the screen. So what would happen is the TVs would, I think you would call it overscan. They would basically scan more than what they were supposed to and then crop it. But that would mean that some people would just be watching stuff cut off, or with a little bit like 10% cut off all the time. It was an awkward time, but nonetheless, a lot of TVs still will be set to some sort of zoom level where the rendered content, even if it's like a 1080p signal at a 1080p TV, will be, cropped and zoomed a little bit. So it's generally just good practice to not put anything in the corners. And in the modern times, it's also the case that games get streamed a lot. So I'm a streamer, and I've taken up the 10% or whatever of my screen with my UI. So if you wanted the people watching a YouTube stream or whatever to be able to, man, I've really got to be like even further over. I think I know what's the problem. I've just realized something. One sec. I'm just going to do, I can never see my left hand, which means I think I have to be moved over a little bit. More like this. Very subtle. I want to be sitting like, I want to be gesturing right here, which means this hand, my right hand, needs to be in frame right now. That's where I want to be sitting. It's bothering me that I'm not in there. Okay, still no good. That's even kind of even worse. Maybe I just need to now shift it. I'll be better. We'll get there. It's a shame because like that. You know what? Now if I push my everything, my setup this way, I might be able to get something going, but damn it, we're right on the limit of what I can do here. So then that's not right. Maybe it's more like that. Sorry, this has been bothering me for like weeks. It's been bothering me for a long time. Every time I'm trying to like gesture, my hand's not in the frame. It's like that still. I want to be in the frame, but I don't want to be sitting so far over that like I can't. Okay. All right. Let's see where we're at. That's direct to you. Okay, that'll have to do. So anyway, so safe zones. If you want players to be able to see what's happening, then you need to be able to. Do you know what else I could do? I could also zoom this out. That would be another way to do it. One sec. I wonder if I just need to go like... Ah, maybe that's better. So, yeah, what I'm trying to do is find somewhere where I can comfortably add tooltips to the game without, without it disturbing those safe zones. Unfortunately, I don't think there is a nice place to do it, and I need at least a couple. I need at least a few. So I'm just going to put them down underneath the book. I can't lift the book up very far because the book actually requires all of this space. And in fact, it's already too close for comfort here. I've got this space right underneath the health bar for charms, like things that you equip that have effects on them, right here. So if we want to make this, we really need to see this in like the worst case. So let's pick up a bunch of items. And then let's equip them. So like we're just sneaking by there. In terms of these not getting cut off by this. This, I feel like, needs at least 5 pixels down. Now, I could lift the UI up maybe a couple pixels, but I really wouldn't want to do much more than that. We're really close now. I can't shrink the UI any smaller for the book. No, the book, I honestly would want it to be bigger. 100%. Yes, because look at what's happening. You're actually controlling what's in that HUD. And some of these things change your health. So if I take this off, look at that. You need to be able to see the effect of what you're doing. Really important. If I ever have like an eat option from the menu, that kind of thing, can you put them in the book while the book is open? I can do that, but I'd prefer not to. I think it's good as it is. I think I might just use the bottom section. Again, you have a fair bit of space here for tooltips, not tooltips, button prompts. So I think we just need a bit of space. I'm going to have like one row of info down the bottom. And it's going to be like, I think Dark Souls does it that way. Let's go look at, in fact, this is a great opportunity to do some UX research. Yeah. Let's do it. Okay. It's Insignia. Let's go look at some games. What other games do people play? Skyrim? That's a game. FromSoft UI is so bad. It's not good. There's also something to really be considerate about, and that is understanding the difference between PC and consoles. Console design is actually much closer to mobile. People don't really understand, well, not people, but some people don't really understand this. I would say a lot of game devs don't. If they're just indies, they wouldn't understand it. Game UI database? I have heard of it. I don't really use it, but I could. The next one I'll do is Breath of the Wild. A little bit slow. So let's just use this as our base set for now. Yeah, so Captain Wiggly knows what they're talking about. We have this concept of 10-foot, okay? 10-foot design basically means the person using the interface is like 3 meters away, 10 feet away from the monitor. Actually, before I go into this topic, let's just review some questions from YouTube. Red Dragon says, hey Adam, so I'm working on a game right now and I'm having problems putting my ideas on paper. I can see my palettes and designs mentally, but I'm having issues to put it into physical ideas. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Could you rephrase the question? I've heard the menu from Mordoria. Hey, Christian, how's it going? Mordoria. I was like, Momodora? What's the best game genre to make as a new game dev? Something that doesn't require a lot of systems. Visual novel is probably the easiest. A lot of junior game devs go into visual novels, and I think it's a good thing to do because it saves you from having to implement like 50 systems. Okay. So, 10 foot basically means you're sitting far away. And when you're sitting far away from a TV, I mean, think about it this way, right? If you're sitting, here's your TV, and you're sitting here in the couch, and you got your little controller here, and you're sitting there. And this is 3 meters or 10 feet. This, even though it's 1080p or whatever, it might even be 4K, even though you've got lots and lots of pixels, if this is your vision sees it. If you can actually try this. If you hold your phone in front of your face at a comfortable distance, in front of your face, your phone will be like this. And your TV will also be there. Like if you got like even if you have like a 50, 60 inch, 70 inch TV, it's visually in your field of view about the same size as your phone. Whereas a computer, so like your phone, your TV might be like this much of your field of vision. Whereas if you were sitting in front of a computer comfortably, you're more looking at like, 40, 50, 60 centimeters. The computer is actually like this big in front of your face. It takes up much more of your field of view, your monitor. So what that means is the kinds of font sizes that you can get away with on a desktop, you might say like 12-point font is okay to read, or 16-point font is okay to read on a computer. 12-point font on a TV looks like it's a font for ants. It's too small. You're like gonna double that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, have you tried playing, like, Clair Obscur on a TV is painful to read the UI. It's like, and oh no, the worst one, Blueprints. We were playing Blueprints on the PlayStation, and oh my God, some of the fonts are like 8-point font. We're like going like this and like getting up out of our lounge and like walking up to the TV. On a big TV, I can't read half of the fonts in that game. Because it's a PC game that's just been like ported directly to you know, PlayStation or whatever. So the thought process here is that if you're designing for a TV, you should think about it as if it was a mobile screen. That's the idea, because the general sort of sizes will be much more comfortable. So this looks like sort of like a mobile game monitor. That's much more comfortable for someone playing on TV. It's probably a little big. This, if you're on a PC right now and you look at this, that might feel a little big, but I'd rather it be a little big on PC than too small on the TV. I mean, even this on PC is a bit overwhelming for me personally. I can't even, there's not really much room for me to, like, for my eyes to breathe. It's just data, you know, everywhere. I think Zelda has this is pretty good. Content density here is really nice. Fair bit of breathing room. And we've got the button prompts down the bottom. So let's do a little experiment. We'll do some science now. Let's take up this size. It'll be 1920 by 1080. And we are going to overlap all of these onto this. Okay, so we're going to take this and we're going to say, okay, this is where the UI is. Let's first do the safe zones. So the safe zone would be that, I guess, would be as far out as they go. And we're going to make it red. And maybe just keep it at like 10% or like, let's go white for this then, if we're going to do that. And then take the same thing over here. See, Hollow Knights is much more conservative. At least it feels like it. Skyrim's is bad. That's really not good. This might even be cropped. I don't even believe that that's what the actual safe zones are. I don't think it's 1080p either. Let's ignore this one. I feel like we're cheating a little bit. Dark Souls could be worse, to be honest. It doesn't look that bad. It's mostly because there's a lot of chrome in the UI. Okay, so if we're trying to be good boys and girls about this, I would say around here is what I would do. I wouldn't really breach that. That's, I think, a comfortable safe zone. So now I take this safe zone and I paste it over the Insignia monitor and I see if that's the same. So the question is, can we afford, and I think we can just maybe put this on the outside so that we can be smarter. Can we afford to put text here? That's the real question. Like, can the bottom of the text end below this line. Ideally, yeah, we would want to do that. I think we could probably pick this up a little bit. We could probably kick the UI out just ever so slightly, like 2 pixels. And that would give us a bit of breathing room here. And then we could have maybe a little bit of text down here. It's tight. Does the book page have to be this tall? It's really hard to make it any smaller. I really wouldn't. I like the way that it's set up right now. I could shrink the margins a little bit. I got to be careful. Definitely, like, font sizes in Insignia are pretty big. They're not crazy. Like, look at that. That's actually, honestly, pretty close. I can't hide the HUD because I want the HUD to be, the HUD actually is changing when you interact with these items. So I want this to be visible. We could do it, but I'd rather not. Yeah, we could make the page tabs a little smaller. I could maybe bring the margins of the book in just a little bit. I'd really prefer not to touch it though. I guess if I shrunk this, we could shrink it and put it up in the top corner. That would give us 3 or 4 pixels here. We could move this up 3 or 4 pixels and that would give us enough breathing room to put anything here without causing any problems. Hey, Bit Bronco. This is a 2D action adventure in side-scrolling perspective. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see how we go down here, and we'll figure it out. I think we're on thin ice, but we can make it work. So for sure, I could bring this like out a little. This spotlight anchor probably should be sitting on the sword HUD actually. So that if I move this up and away, it sits there. Also, I might put the HUD, the log manager underneath it as well. Let's see if that affects anything by doing that. I don't really want to break any of it, but that looks like it's still working just fine. Going back to this question here, yeah, I really don't want to push much further out. But we could go to the sword HUD and go back to like 0.7. So that's 3 pixels. And then take 3 pixels away here, which puts us at 0.31, I think, 3.2. There. That gets us up into the corner so that if we're here, there's a bit more clearance. So I think that's pretty comfortable now. I'm quite happy with that. And then I feel like there's plenty of space down at the bottom at the moment. Like if we go back to just, if you're looking at my screen, it's pretty comfy. Maybe the book, maybe I could just get this red part of the book and shift that up like 1 or 2 pixels. We're really tight, but I think it's worth it. Maybe. Oh, one sec. Hang on, I can't see my mouse at all. Hello? Okay. What do I do now? I cannot control my anything. Oh, my mouse is dead. Oh, my mouse is dead. That's all. One sec. Got it. Okay. Somehow my mouse's USB for the charger was not plugged into the back of the PC. All right. So we're gonna try to slot some text down here. I think we can make it work. I'm optimistic about it. And I think it would be good. We can do this per menu. I don't think a system is going to make a big difference. So like a system might help us make it so that they're consistent, right? So the idea would be something like this. We would go like see arrange, and then this is like or instead, and it's 16 times 3. That should be the exact same size as that. Yeah. So let's just take this for a second, duplicate it. And then let's take this and make it like basically invisible. So am I okay to do that? It's not bad. But that's the button that we're pressing. Yeah. It's a little, it's definitely tight. Looking at it back here, this is still really tight. Oh, but that's not the current screenshot. Hang on, let me take it again. It was tight. We moved it 3 pixels. It's still probably too tight. It's not, I mean, from back here looking at it, that's the other thing. If you zoom out, you can really see, like, you can really get a better sense of how these things feel. Definitely if the book was like a little wider and a little shorter by like 4 or 5%, it would be nicer if it was shorter and wider. But I'm really not wanting to do any more than what we're currently doing. Alternatively, like we could definitely put these things above the HP bar, and that would give us a bunch of extra breathing room. And then we could lift this up a little bit. But I like them below. I think it's just better. It's very Dark Souls to do it that way. This is Figma. But it's all good. Let's keep going. I'm going to try to put some of these some of these footnotes in here. I just wonder if maybe, I think a system would be better. Yeah, Figma, Figma. So the question is, do we have like a consistent system where it's like a footnote system or whatever you want to call it, a button inputs, and it's always in the same spot and it always fills left to right in like a grid? So either we do it that way, it always just like distributes automatically, it's fine, or each of the menu pages, so like the equip page does one thing, the designs page does another, and they all just manually have the game objects placed here in roughly the right position. That would be the easy way to do it, as long as I'm just making sure they're physically in the right spot. But I feel like the right way to do it is with a system. So that the bottom row is just always relegated to tooltips for the whole game, all the time, forever. It's just, you can always look down the bottom and see what the buttons are for the thing you're trying to do. Yeah, let's do it. I've just sold myself on the idea. Yep. Okay. So input menu inputs, input prompts. All right, so 0, 0, 0. We're gonna make a canvas out of this. The canvas is gonna be 0.01, 0.01, 0.01, and we're gonna make it 640 by 360. Now, ideally, 640 by 360 is just like the starting resolution, but like what we could do is have this expand or contract based on the size of the thing that we're sitting in. Okay, so let's just for now pretend that we're aiming for 640 by 360, and we'll place the items along the bottom of this UI. In fact, we could even just not even bother about the height and just make this thing expand based on what we're trying to do. So let's just call it 50 pixels for now, 640 by 50, and we'll work from there. So the first thing I want to do is create one prompt. Now I've got something that's pretty close to what this is. It's called a floating prompt, maybe, or none of these. It's called dynamic text prompt wrapper. This thing. It's pretty good. The only thing that I would change about this is that it has a bit of, it's designed for like game space. So it's designed for you to run around and walk up to this thing, and you'll have like a collider, and it will, you know, fade in and out depending on stuff like that. Right now, if I just chuck it in the game, no. Okay, so that's good that it's not that big of a deal. Dynamic text dialogue button prompt simple. I don't know what that is. I don't know why it looks like that. Let's just not use that. Oh, it's got one of those in it. I see. So the only thing I don't like about this is just the little chevron on the edges. That's the only thing, the background. clean prompt, no frame. That's what we want. And I actually want this to be just even more subtle. Cool, that's good. So these are fantastic for what I'm looking for. It's a horizontal layout group. And what I want to do is put one of these in my menu input prompts thing. And its position is just going to be 0, 0, 0, do, do, do. And then its size, it currently has just like its own canvas on it. I don't want to do that. I want to remove that. Canvas scalar, we don't need that. We don't need canvas. At this point, I might actually just unpack the prefab. So now it's just, it is what it is. And I want to do like a content size fitter on this. So the horizontal fit would be min size, is it? I don't know how to do this where the... Well, what we could do is go here and have a horizontal layout group. And we don't force expand that. And we don't force expand that. And we say middle center. And then this is going to be anchored middle. Interesting that I can't... Oh, where's its pivot? Its pivot is middle center. Because that's there. But its positioning values are determined by its parent. Okay. Sure, that's fine. So the idea would be that we would paste like a few of them. But the size of this thing is a problem that I have here, where we've got, you know, this guy here, and his width is controlled by something, but we don't know what that thing is. We can expand the width this way, but even so, actually, I'm noticing what's the problem here. It's that the background is bigger than the text box. So now this thing probably because of this dead space here. This is like a margin. So if we go back to the background, it's got this margin, this padding as part of its thing. So I think that's bad for us. I don't know if it's a good idea to change this right now, though. That's my concern. I could definitely do it. Where you take this, basically just go 1 pixel out in every direction, maybe. And then bring this in, 1 pixel in. Oh. Okay, now these can be like -2 and -2, and then a height of just whatever it really is. You know, 26 or something. So maybe this would be not -2, but like -10. pretty reasonable. Alternatively, we could just have no backgrounds. And we could just distribute these based on, we could have one bar of black background underneath that expands to the size of the entire thing. Yeah. And that could literally just be like this, and then just go 0, 0, 0, 0. And then you make this thing shorter. That works too. I guess we could just design it here in Unity first and see how we feel in Figma. Let's make a component and let's see what we think about it. I might just take this. It would be better right now to make that 1 on 3, delete that, take this, do this, 1 on 3 for that, take this, get rid of it, and then now we're working in this scale. Take this, make it 10, less, 6, and then do a couple of them. And let's just say this is supposed to hug its contents. And then this is going to have a width of like, let's say 50. Maybe we'll go instead for full width. So let's just say that was the width that we wanted. So the full width of like 500. It's 640 is the total. So put that dead center in there and then distribute it like that. So the question here would be is, do we want everything in the center and then we give it a fixed distance? I think so. I think that's how I would want to do it. And it looks to me like it doesn't matter what's behind us because of the black of the UI is so dark that I don't really need the frame that I was doing, that background, which now makes me feel bad about the no frame being edited the way that I had it. I'll keep it that way. So let's get rid of this background. Now we just need to really think about, we've got these objects, these are the prompts. Let's remove that. This thing is as wide as we want it to be. This is nothing. And we just say, okay, the padding is the spacing is what, 50 pixels or something like that. And then we're just going to make 2 or 3 of these. and that's it. And the only struggle here is that we want to be able to add more stuff to this without, like, this does need the content size fitter, and the horizontal fit should be preferred size. Much better. That's great. Yeah, that's exactly the behavior that I would want. So if I go over here and I make the text a lot smaller, that should update just like that. That's perfect. Ah, thank you, BitBronco. That's exactly what I want. Okay. And the beauty of this is that I can disable these things, and that should also fix that. Okay. Now, can I get away with our original dynamic text prompt wrapper without... Do you know what? No. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to take these and I'm going to just rename them to menu prompt. I think that's just a safer way to do it. Just think of it as a new thing. The idea here is that I could, in the past, I think the goal was to be able to have like multiple text things. Actually, does this not have a... How do I fill the text on these? Little concerning. I don't have any kind of logic filling that. It just is what it is. It's just hard coded as English. I could have sworn that I had a more... Oh, wow. I already had this. Okay. Anyway, this is now our menu prompt. How did you learn to make UI with Unity Engine? Just time and practice, just mucking around with it. I built a whole Unity UI system for myself in 2018 and it sucks. And so over time, I've been like figuring out which parts I like, which parts I want to keep, and what I need from the current Unity system. The Unity Canvas system, I think, is fine. I don't really know why they added the CSS style thing. I don't get it. Maybe it's a standardization thing. I just kind of enjoy what I'm working with now. So it's a little bit tricky, but for me, because I hard code so much, like so much of this is custom. I just need layout components. That's all I really use. I don't use Unity's buttons. I don't use their scroll bars. I don't use things like that. My game is controller based. There's no mouse input either. Like you can't click on things with your mouse. So because it's keyboard based, it falls outside of the use case of what you would normally want to do with a lot of the like PC based mouse and mouse input stuff. So maybe it wasn't even that bad of an idea for me to do it this way. This is just how I do it, I guess. All right, text and dialogue, and then float folder, menu prompts. I'm going to call it a lower menu prompt. Call this prompt row. And then prompt row is going to have, as many prompts as we want. I think 4 would have to be the max, with the spacing of like 40. even 40 is a little dicey. I think 48 is going to have to be it, with a maximum of 4. And then we're going to make a new script, menu prompt row. And this is where we now need to make a new script for each menu prompt so that we can fill the text with what we want. So I like to do very component-based design. That's my whole thing these days. If you can modularize everything down to components, makes it really easy. Jaruska, one thing that I find myself doing a lot, and it actually works quite well, is GPT. Like, Copilot actually knows quite a lot about the Unity layout system, because most of what it knows is from forums and stuff, which is what, like, people have shared information about how to use the Unity UI system over time. So I actually think it's pretty good. I don't know. Yitan says, long time YouTube follower here. Hey, just want to say thanks to you and your inspiration. I just graduated from game dev design degree. Managed to finish our first full project in 3 months. Congrats. Awesome. Okay, so the menu prompt has a few things. It's public. We need using TM Pro, TMP text pre button text. We don't have to check, actually. We could just say it. Oh, it's got text too. We won't need to do that. Button prompts do have a label, but maybe I'll just keep it null for now. Too complicated. UI is just tedious in general, everywhere. It's not your fault. That's not anyone's fault. Why does this button prompt, called button prompt, not have a button prompt? Input button image? All right. It does have a function called set prompt. Oh, and it's just the button. Oh, great. So it doesn't have a label. Awesome. Well, that's what I wanted anyway. That's what I wanted. Okay. So on the prompt, we've got text, prompt, text. And then this has 3 prompts or 4 prompts. So we can lock it in the UI, grab all 4 of them, drag them in there, done. Okay. The challenge is going to be here assigning these. So like public void set prompt, public void clear prompts for each menu prompt. Maybe there should be an option for clear. Okay, so set prompt, we're going to need to say which one we want. So like int prompt index, and then some string pre input. Well, we could just add them in sequence. So like we could say like void get next prompt. Not void, menu prompt get next public pubic, and then say return for int I equals 0, I is less than prompts.count, I plus plus. We could say if I dot game object if prompts at I dot game object dot active in hierarchy, or active self. Continue. No. If it's not active, return I, or return prompts at I. And then if we get to the end, return null. Hey, Archlion, welcome. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching and subbing. We can just say clear there. Okay, so when we get next, then we can say like get next dot set, and then we set it up with the info that we want. Okay. That seems actually totally fine. It feels like all we need. We don't need anything now, anything else. We don't need the update loops. We don't even really need the start functions. We don't need anything. We just need these functions to populate the text prompts. All right. Well, that's it. Damn. Oh, we need a singleton. So menu prompt row. Public static menu prompt row. Instance. We could, yeah, okay. So or even awake. Pretty sure that's all we need to do. That'll do. Now we can make these static. And we can say instance.prompts. Now we can just refer to menu prompt row in the global sense from anywhere, and it'll just update this. Cool. Okay. That's great. I can hide this row, bounce out of here. And then now we can take that row and just put it in the menu wherever we want it to be. And that'll work just fine for us. So we can go back to our game engine, take our game menu, I guess would be where we'd put it. And then there's our canvas. We want to place this row at the bottom of that. Now, if we put it inside of this canvas, we might even get further. So now we can actually anchor it to the bottom of this thing and give it a height of 0, a position of 0. Maybe we want to anchor it to the top of this and say, not to the top of that, anchor it to the bottom, but have its pivot be on top and then set its position to 0. That will make sure that it's always at the bottom. Although in this case, I think not, because the menu has a bit of white space. So let's go back to 0.5. And set this to 0. I personally, let's just turn these on for a sec. I mean, they're in a decent spot there, I think. Yeah, that looks fine to me. Bit of clearance there. It's not great. It could be better. I don't think I can change that number, can I? Yeah, I can't. So it's really more about this thing. So if I make this like 30 pixels tall, then these will be automatically placed at 15, which is good. Okay. Done. A singleton menu prompt system that auto centers to the middle. Let's see if we can make it work. So, we might want to set menu prompts based on which mode we're actually in. That would be really cool. I hadn't even thought about that for the equipment menu. So like if we're arranging, we can press a button. Yeah, that's great. Okay, yeah, awesome. All right, so let's just set it. Let's just say menu prompt row dot clear, and then menu prompt row dot add set get next. I think instead of get next, yeah, and then dot set, and then we have to do sort of like this, and then dot jump dot this, and this is going to be like, I might just leave that empty if everything on the menu is press and there's no hold buttons. I'll just leave the first block empty. So it's only if there's like something like hold for one button and press for a different, where I'll add something to the first line here. And in fact, it might be nice to do a version of this where it's like set and we just don't have anything here. And we just say set with the original ones, where we say nothing button post, just to shorten that. So in this case, I can just do this and that'll work just fine as well. So it'll be like jump to like select to swap, choose accessory. And then the next one will be like roll, return to menu. We probably don't need that return to menu, but in fact, let's not do that. Let's do special arrange gear. Okay, let's try that. Pretty straightforward. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Nothing. Okay. Where did it go? Whoa. Okay. It's there. It's just a little bigger than we thought it would be. This happens in Unity pretty often, actually. It's nobody's fault. Oh, because we already have one of these in the scene. That's why. This got instantiated first. Try again. Hey, there we go. You can't see it. Look at that. Choose equipment, arrange item. We just don't, for whatever reason. We can't see the icons. So why is that? Oh, it got removed. Even though its prompt is there, we disabled it. Okay. So maybe we misunderstood something. It's not is. Not is. Well, it's not your inventory. That's the problem. It's actually this item that you're arranging. So when you go into this, that chooses equipment. This literally arranges this one item. Inventory is like a different menu. Inventory is like stuff like that you found in the world. It could be food, it could be anything. This is equipment. So this chooses equipment, or maybe replace is the word I should use. I think replace is better. Maybe it should say replace if the field is empty, or like replace if it's full, or choose if it's empty. Move is pretty good, Magnetic Llama. Maybe that's easier to remember, to understand. But it's not equip because it's already, I mean, it should be equipped if it's already, if you're hovering over a sword, pressing a button to equip item makes it sound like you're equipping the sword, but it's already equipped. That button would be replacing the sword with a different item. So the idea would be replace equipment. Yeah, select isn't quite right either. It could be like assign, new, assign item, or set item, set new item. Place. Well, swap, again, we could have swap, but only if it's aware of the state. That's what I'm saying. We can make it swap, but we have to determine whether or not it's full or empty right now. Whereas I'm looking for right now I'm looking for a string that will work for both. Anyway, this is not a big deal. We can do this by being more specific. So we can go to the default, do default. So I have do state, I also have set state. So when I set state, here we can say, inside of set state, we can set up the prompts for each of the thing that we want. So for the default state, it would look like this. And then for picking state, it would look like this. We would say, cancel. Let's see if that works. So we're here. You can't see it. I wish you could see it. Screen record. This is probably a reason why not to do it this way, actually. But I think it's comfortable enough on my screen. Like looking at it like this, it's pretty good. So cancel. Maybe it should be choose new item, place new item. I think choose is a good word. Or even just choose item and place item. No, new item is better. New item's better. I'm very happy with that. That's come up really nicely. It does need a bit of breathing room. It's a little too close, but it also is already very close to the bottom. So lifting the menu up just a little bit might be my preference here. Oh, that's not even nearly enough. Wait, why did it go to 2 and not -2? That's better. That's better for sure. Hey, doing well, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I really appreciate it. Yeah. I think that's a pretty good spot to put it right now. Okay, let's do the rest of them. So placing, there's nothing there. Placing, I don't know what that means. But this should be the same. This should just be place item for arranging. So let's go pick up a bunch of stuff. I don't know why why this is down here. That's a bit weird. Oh, because Armin's dialogue prompt is all the way down there in this scene. That could be the reason. Let's go back up to 1080p just to make sure everything's still good. Okay. So this, we put place new item. Yeah, good. Choose new item, place new item, place item, cancel. I don't know what this is. You seen that? For like 1 split second, it's choose item. Oh, it's not forcing the redraw on the canvas. That's a little gotcha. You got to be careful of that. So you have to do force mesh update on any text mesh pro thing that you want to not have that happen with. Anytime you edit any text, you should force mesh update. Oh, okay, no good. We've got hot reload going, don't we? Oh no, it didn't apply any changes. Okay, let's try resetting it. basically it won't update the meshes while you are playing the current frame. It'll update them on the next frame. So if you change the text, sometimes it'll be like one frame late basically in setting that. So let's see if that worked. No, man, didn't work. I'm not going to be able to pause it in time. You can't see even what I'm talking about. See this? Watch this. Can you see that? There's like literally one frame where it might be the content size fitter that's not correct. We could ask GPT. This is what I mean. If you don't know, like, just ask it. How do I get a Unity content size fitter to force update? Force build layout immediate. So we could, I mean, my preference would be to have a late update on this. And would be to do this. But I don't think it knows what that is. Oh, because I've got to do this. But this might also be slow because there's a few things that need to be updated. It's all of the sizes of all of the things. So, and it might even be something that's script execution order dependent. No good. Choose item. Could try it. And we could try it on a bunch of things. We could try it on this. We could try it on this. We could try it on this. I would do the current one last. Damn it, man. Wow. I'm getting owned here. How do I even track this? Like, I'm not going to be able to do it fast enough to ever see what's going on. I think what I'm seeing is, I mean, maybe if we check the actual, like, inspector, we'll see the width changing or something like that. I'm pretty sure it's this thing shrinking momentarily. Because when we apply the new text, I mean, we could try video recording it, but I won't be able to get the values from that. So here the width is 94, right? If I take this, it's 65, and then it's 94. Oh, what's happening is it's still 65 for one frame. Like the text was 65 wide. Then we set the frame with the new text. The layout didn't update. Next frame, the text gets computed at the 65 width and tries to overlap. Then it gets set to the proper number. So we could try very briefly, since we know it's going to always be written the same way on one line. We could try making this so there's no overflow. That might save us a little bit. Wrapping disabled. Everett disabled. So as long as we just don't do anything like that, it might just be the width it needs to be anyway, or it might just not look as awkward because it'll at least be, it won't be scaling onto a new row. It'll just be adjusting the width of the thing. All right, let's have a look. Oh, you don't need to do that. You can still see it ever so slightly. It's so slight, but it's way less obvious. So the thing that needs to get recalculated is the content size fitter on the menu prompt, which is this. So this has a content size fitter. I think force rebuild layout immediate is the thing that we want to do. And force mesh update, once we've updated the text, it all should be fine. I can't see why this would be an issue, actually, at this point. I'm not sure. It looks like there's literally nothing more I can do. Unless GPT doesn't know what it's talking about, which is possible. To force a content to force ein Content Size Fitter to update, you can disable and then re-enable it, which triggers a layout rebuild. You can also force a layout rebuild directly using force rebuild layout immediate. Disable and then re-enable it. Okay. If you have a reference to the content size fitter component, really? Well, I don't... Let's have a look at the text as well. That might be a thing. Like it could be also that the oh, what is this doing? Text sizer. What are you doing? Hello. What is your job? Did I write this? I think I found a culprit. But actually, that's even doing a worse job now. But it does add a new thing in the mix. I have this component that I somehow just... I guess I must have borrowed it from the internet. This one here. I don't know, fake coffee. Why wouldn't it be? Sounds reasonable. So is there a function here where I can force a refresh? Ah, there is. But that's on the next update. Might be good enough. Might be good enough. Let's go see if we can add it. It's just a bit awkward because Text Mesh Pro has its way of handling the size of an object based on the text. The content size fitter has its way of doing that. We've got this additional script which has its way of doing it. There's like 3 or 4 layers of stuff here that could affect what's happening, which is not amazing. Actually, these have text sizes on both. So we need 2 text sizes. All right. So that's the pre, that's the post. Fingers crossed. Let's try it. Uh-huh. Nah, still no good. Man, I really can't win with this. Can I, maybe I can pause the game immediately. Can I do that? There it is. Whew. So here's our issue. The post text, this text here, got changed to the word choose new item. But the width of that object hasn't caught up yet. Until the next frame. Because that said place item and that filled that space there. So we updated the text. But for whatever reason, updating the text, like our size of this is 45 pixels. Next frame, it's 74. All right. I have solved this before in floating dialogue, where we text force mesh update. But I think I calculated the text size first. I mean, that feels pretty reasonable that I would just force the mesh update on the text and then just rebuild it. I mean, that feels pretty reasonable. I could do this, but I don't think that's going to make a difference because this doesn't do anything. Text and layout updates are not always fully synchronized within the same frame, even when calling force mesh update and, Jesus Christ, the mesh and layout systems update at different points in the frame, so you can get a lag of one frame where the rect transform size is not correct. Why does this happen? Force mesh update updates the mesh, but the layout system may not immediately pick up the new preferred size. Layout rebuilder forces a layout pass, but if the text's mesh hasn't updated its bounds yet, the layout will use the old size for one frame. Okay. How to fix? Delay the layout rebuild by one frame. But won't that make it even worse? I feel like delaying the rebuild is going to give us the exact same position. Maybe there's somewhere on the internet that can help us with this. Game UI database never loaded an hour ago. Okay, we got there in the end if I press refresh. All right. Unity Text Mesh Pro. Force Mesh Rebuild not working on the same frame. Disabling auto size for font size. No. The thing is, I can't, no matter what's going to happen, right? I'm going to change the text on some frame. When I change the text, the next thing that's going to happen is it's going to render it one frame later. If the point at which it renders it is later or is earlier than the point at which the layout gets called, then it's always going to be wrong, no matter when that happens. So like, change text, text re-renders, bounds calculated. New frame drawn. Whoops, that's actually enormous. So if I'm in this position, then anytime this, no matter what happens, if this happens first, we're screwed. The bounds being calculated always has to, we have to make sure it happens before the new frame gets drawn. Otherwise, we're going to have an like a mis-synchronized, unsynchronized thing of these. It needs to be 1, 2, 3. Or text. Yeah. So to make sure that we're forcing calculating the bounds of the layout group, I think that's what force rebuild layout immediate does. Maybe I could do it on the 2 transforms of the 2 game objects that we were just looking at as well. I mean, we're getting... We'll do it on this one and we'll do it on the 2 other ones. It's so annoying. You can't see it, but you might not even be able to see it at your 60 FPS stream. I can see it every time. I'm looking at 180 FPS here. We could do a force rebuild layout immediate as late as possible. What is the problem? Let me show you. See this? How the word choose is overlapping the button. For one frame, after I change the text here, for one frame, it's always late. The size of the text, like here, place item. See how the yellow box is there? If I press that, the yellow box is still there, but the text is bigger. And then a frame later, it updates. But I need this yellow box to update first. That's the problem. When does text sizer do its thing? On update. Maybe I can make this happen on late update. Left aligning actually would be better, for sure. But I don't want to left align. It will still create an issue, yeah. It fixed. It's done. It worked. Late update was the key. Wait. Did it work? No, it didn't work. Wait a second. It's closer though. Something's better. Let's have a look. That's correct now. And then a frame later, the update thing happens there. Okay. So all I need to do, I can actually solve this right now. Text sizes late update is happening on the menu prompt row when it force rebuilds its layout. This needs to happen last, I think. As long as we do that, we're good. So I just need to go into the script execution order and then make it so that the row menu prompt row is late. It's the last thing at the bottom there. I think that will solve the problem. The suspense is killing me. It's perfect. Yay. Oh, that feels so good. Jesus. Okay, nice. Awesome. Whew. Now, I just realized something. These need to be cleared when we exit. All right, Copilot, you've done enough. You've done enough, buddy. Just shut up. Here, I don't mind doing an exit. Exit's maybe a little strong. Close is probably better. It's so cool being able to just like have it work, you know? I don't have to think about anything. It's like, boom. It's just in. It's going to auto layout. It's just fine. I don't need to think about it. I don't need to touch it. Whew. There are no other special buttons, right? No, that's it. Okay, we need to go to the other menus now. I'm not really sure. I guess we could just go through the game a little bit and have a look. Thank you so much. To be honest, I feel a little bit self-conscious about the menu right now because in the time since I built it, so many games have come out with that same look and feel. It's really common. Yeah, I actually have to clear the menu anytime I change the page. I think that's a nice way to do it, is to just clear anytime we go to a page. Well, that certainly didn't help. What? Is something not working there? Maybe go-to page is not being chosen there. Let's go check the engine, the UI, the game menu, the canvas, the system, the grid, graphical grid, inventory is select page. Okay. Oh, damn. Okay. All right, well, we'll do it there too. How about that? Nice. The code that Unity is creating behind the scenes, there is a C++ compiler, I think, behind the scenes, but I don't think you can find that. The compiled code, I don't think so. You can decompile it, but it's like you need a special program to do that. It's like a bunch of DLLs, right? So we can't do anything with any of these. And then designs is the next one. Let's go have a look at that. Okay, we'll say goodbye to Mum first. Can you code in LLM? Large language model? Oh, you mean can I code an LLM? Like, can I make one? Or do you mean, can I vibe code? What are you asking me? I think that, oh no, I can't code an LLM. No, I could probably learn how to do it, but I can't right now. So what can I do here? I can't really do anything. Oh, that's not very good. Iron pauldron's not calculated correctly. That's going to need a text sizer on it. I wonder if it has a text sizer on it and I did something wrong. It doesn't. What if I just went? Ah, but that's only a TMP text. Okay. Okay. Is the text too small? Oh, it immediately worked. Wait, if I remove that, can I change it? Oh, that's not very good. I don't know why that was like that then. Looks good now. Okay, so now this quest notes down here, you can't see it, but it says that. I can move that down bottom left. Is that text in the top left supposed to be there? Well, it is because we just picked up an item, but it doesn't. It shouldn't. I don't know. I haven't decided what it should do yet. That's the last item we just picked up. It just shows up in the top left for a little bit. And I paused the game while it was still doing its thing. I don't know what to do about that. No, I don't think I'll finish it within 1 year. All right. So this quest notes button prompt, that's going to go away. I'd like to revise this whole menu. I don't like it at all, but it is what it is. I'm sure that there is a button prompt hard-coded here for some dumb reason. Oh, no? Details back, details next. You know what? There is maybe a reason why I would keep that. No. I should be able to get rid of that. And I don't think it does anything either. If the quest details aren't active in hierarchy, do a bunch of this. This is terrible. This is like a shitty state system. Oh, it's too late in the demo. No. Okay. Whoa. What is this? Oh, it calls clear, but it doesn't exist yet because it hasn't been... Awake hasn't been called on it. Except this is still null. Maybe because we didn't rebuild. Let's try recompiling. Writing C#. I mean, I'm mostly writing C#. What is this? What is this problem? What's calling clear? Pause menu on enable. Menu prompt row dot clear. Well, that's fine. That's only going to happen once. But then after that, update content index label dot text. Oh, maybe I just didn't set that up yet. Okay, that's a different thing altogether. Okay, those are not a problem. I think I can get rid of all of these little prompts. I think they're not necessary. So the first thing I want to do is go to quests, go to the text label and fix that. So the index label is pagination index. There we go. First thing. Second thing is we've got this animator that we're trying to do here with the journal page. I guess that doesn't do anything right now. So maybe I'll just take it away. But there is a turn page thing that's happening here. There's this, which is part of pause menu. Pause menu is accessible. It's accessible. It's accessible. It's part of as part of something. I guess I could just hard code it. So actually, let's go back to quest page. Let's bring this back. I don't think I need to do that. So cool. We just need to now get out of quests and then plug it in through game menu, the journal pages. So we're going to go game menu. We're going to go quests. We're going to go, oh, it is plugged in. Oh, good. Okay, that's fine. So now we just need to get rid of any reference to any kind of button prompt. Like this, dumb, deleted. This, deleted. This, deleted. And then we just have to figure out, oh, don't even show me that. That's so ugly. And then we just got to find out where details back, details next, notes prompt. They're all going. No, get out of here. You're a vegetable. You're a vegetable. They hate you. You're a vegetable. What? Just a buffet. You're a vegetable. Okay. So maybe I'm thinking things the wrong way. I'm used to only seeing code, so the whole UI is weird. Is the Unity UI ultimately just an interface to underlying code? No. No. I mean, think of it this way. Code is logic. That's what code is. It's behavior described to the CPU or whatever, right? It tells the game what to do. But there's also data in a game. It's not just code, it's also data. And some of that data, most of that data in a game like this is instance data. It's like stuff that's happening or being described to explain specific things in the game, right? Like, for example, when, you know, you load into this scene, there's a bunch of assets. Which assets get placed here? Where are their positions? How big are the sprites? What size is the transform? That, like this information here, this is all data, and it gets serialized into data files called scene files to determine basically, yeah, all of these instances of these objects, right? All of the object details get stored somewhere. If you don't have an editor, if you're just working in an IDE, how do you define all of those preset, all of that data? How do you define it? You have to say, oh, this thing goes to this position. I mean, you'd have to hard code it, which is kind of weird. You don't want to define where things spawn with logic unless it's a procedural game. So having it be like WYSIWYG like this, where it's like, okay, I've got this background here, it starts here, I've got this character here, it's there. That's all pretty obviously stuff that makes the most sense to do in an editor. So all of this stuff, I mean, this is all like the view model thing of the UI, coming back to the UI, is like, okay, we've got this quest page. There's a bunch of layout here that I'm describing. And the layout is just, it's just defined as like, you know, the spacing between things and how many things there are that you can render and what sprites get drawn in the background. You could do this with just code, but I mean, why would you do it with code when you could see it? I guess that's like the biggest thing for me. Like there's no need to do that. I have to do a check here. Like as a designer, I like to be able to see what I'm doing. I mean, all software that has any user-facing side to it's going to have some kind of layout. It's just about whether or not you can define that in a way that... So, quest details. I met one of the town guard, asked me to fix his sword for him. Well, that's wrong, but anyway. Also, this should probably be on this side of the layout. I can cheat it. I can cheese it. It's really annoying that this quest page is as badly laid out as it is, because it's technically functional, but it's technically functional using a really ugly paradigm. Like I hard coded everything in it. So to make it look a little bit better, I have to basically rewrite it because it's so old. It's the last surviving old menu page that doesn't behave the way that the rest of them do, which is like all component driven now. And it's so ugly. It's just all the spacing's off, all the layouts off. It doesn't render correctly. Like what's this doing down here? I think I used to have filters here. Maybe. I don't really need them anymore. So maybe it's time to fix that. It's only 4 p.m. I think I can do it. I just want to figure out why this is still giving me grief. What's going on here? Menu prompt row.get next. Okay, if menu prompt row.instance is not null. Oh yeah, games are fun. Oh, sick, online ambassador. That's awesome. I'm on the front page of Twitch right now. What's up, Twitch? Maybe just your front page. I hope that's the case. There's not enough viewers for that to be the case. There's not enough viewers for it to be like an organic front page. I'm not that popular. Oh, you're on mobile. That's probably recommended. So I also want, during this, I want these to be invisible because the player doesn't actually have control right now. So they shouldn't be able to read the prompts if they don't have access to the prompts. So I'm going to have to figure that out too. I think maybe if it's on triggers, that might be enough. We could try it. Okay. So it's this part here. This is our menu prompt row. And this thing is currently on the default layer. If I put it on triggers and change all the children to triggers, whoops. Okay, it broke everything. Hang on a second. Triggers, please. Yes, change children. Now the problem is when we've got the UI open like this, all of the triggers go. So that can't be right. It's not triggers because it's technically not. Triggers are things that the player can run into. And I've got UI that shows up when the triggers are. I've got UI that shows up when you're in the vicinity of something you can press a button on when you're running around. Oh, I've mucked it. Oh no. Oh, that's not very good. It didn't show up on the first one. Oh no. If there is no instance, then we would need to... That's annoying, isn't it? That's very annoying. I'm going to have to hard code it in the game engine. We're going to have to force it to awaken. What the heck? No, that's not what I want to do, you dummy. Actually, I don't need to do that. I just have to do that. Really annoying to have to do that, but it's where we're at. So we could have done a find. That would have been acceptable as well, but I'd rather not. I prefer to just plug stuff in. Okay. Yay. Okay, that's good. No errors. Can't go in any of these. That's good. Talk to you. So we still need to find a way for these little things to not show up if we're in a cutscene. And I think the answer to that is going to be something to do with hiding the row if the menu is open, but the menu is not the top context. He tried to press paste, but instead he pressed V. What a loser. See you, buddy. Nice try. All right. So I guess we could say I'm tossing up whether or not this should be for any menu system, any menu situation in the whole game, or just for the game menu, because there are other situations where we might be able to use it. For example, here, this press blah to stop playing, that could have been the same system. We could have put it down here as well. The only thing is, it means that it can't live under the game menu. It needs to live at the global level, which I'm not against either. That feels pretty reasonable to me, actually. And it also means that it means that I have to be more careful about the maintenance of it. I think I might just leave it for now. But then all that means is that when these things are opening up, I still need a way to basically... Yeah, Thirsk, there's a reason for that. So I'm using a plugin called Hot Reload. It only compiles the code that I've changed. I also have project settings, editor, enter play mode options, turn that on, turn these off. That will stop the domain reload every single time you change code. So it makes pressing play faster, and it makes changing code instant. If you do that, the only time it will do the big load is if you add a new function to a script or add a new script. If you're just changing variables, it will be instant. It's not perfect. Sometimes it falls behind, but you should consider using it even if that's the case. It's expensive. It's like $30, but I mean, it saves me like 10 minutes a day, in compile times. So it depends on what that's worth to you. All right. So the only thing we want to do next is, let me just push this. Did I? That's fine. So the next thing is, we need a way to hide it. Let's go have a look at that sequence and just see what's happening here. Okay, so we open the menu, we press forward, 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 back, close menu. When we open the menu, it's locked. That's perfect. Yeah. That's great. Okay, I knew there was going to be something as good as that sitting around. So row, menu prompt row, yeah. On late update, unfortunately, we don't want to. If there was one more container game object, this would be perfect. Because I could just disable the container. Because the script that runs this, I don't want to disable that by making the game object disabled. I'm going to give it a go. As long as I put the horizontal layout group on the container, I feel like that's the same thing either way. This just has to fill. And then doing this should be the same either way, right? Cool. So then I just need to be able to disable the container. And then anytime I do anything with transform, it's the container.transform. Public. Okay. And then hey, Pelly. I need to know whether or not if context system dot instance or dot context. What is this? This is a list of iContext layers. Does that do anything for me? Oh, it's negative. It's 1, I think. Okay, game menu. So we're going to say if set locked. This is set locked on menu controller. Okay. Okay. Whoa, it's gone. But it's now gone all the time. Wait a second. There's a compile error. Prompt row. Whoops. One more time. Nice. It's disabled because it's locked. Cool. No prompts. And then I go back. Okay. Now the prompts are locked. Row. Prompt row is the else is in the wrong spot. Done. Field support. I actually haven't tested it. Does that mean like when you add a field, like a global property, a global variable to a script, it will hot reload that? Nice, man. No prompts down the bottom. That's really good. And then they're there. Perfect. Oh, just amazing. So good. That was a great little refactor. Adds toggling to menu prompt row to disable when menu is locked from player input. Whew. The stuff that I have to do in this game is like it's just not the kind of thing that somebody should be doing making a small game. Like, it's so silly. It's okay, food. I'm all right. And like, it's the kind of thing that if you had a team of 20 people, it would be someone's job to make the UI as performant as this. It's just silly. Okay. So that's now done. Everything that I wanted to do there is pretty much done. I just need for the quest UI, if I come back to that, I just need a bit better quest page, sorry. Wait, really? Quest UI and quest... What is quest UI? What is this? Oh, I know what that is. Yeah, that's fine. I just need a little bit tighter rendering. I know. It's a big game now. So like, set up details page. What did I call this? I can check it. Oh, absolutely horrendous. Quest show details on forward. Okay, so show details. Details title. Oh, I capitalized that. Oh, man, that's so old. Damn. Okay. So then, all right. Menu prompt row. Left. Previous page. Right. Next page. Great. Well, it's not perfect, but it's right. Not sure what's going on with these little bits. You seeing this? This little line right there. Little rendering issue. It's the text wrapping. It's the rect mode. I think it's like full rect, I think is what you call it, on the sprite that does that. It tries to loop or something like that. It's seeing the top of the Z, I think, up there, or the next thing in the packed texture of all of the fonts. You're seeing the next glyph peek through. And that's probably because these are not positioned vertically on a whole pixel. Except, I mean, no, they're on a half pixel. So if the container is a little taller, maybe 30. Yeah. 0.5 of a pixel. I think if we pivoted it from the top, we would not have that issue. I think it's because we're placed. Oh no, it's because we're placed on the very bottom of a canvas whose height happens to put us on an off pixel, maybe? Could be something like that. I'm not sure how that could be the case, but it's not nice right now, so I'll just add a pixel, half a pixel. To that. And then we just don't have to worry about it anymore. I don't know why that math doesn't check out. All right. It depends, MacGyver. It's very dependent on how big the game is. Okay. Well, what's the time now? 4:33. That was a fun little exercise. Adds new menu prompt row system. Was what? 3 hours. Not bad. Not bad for 3 hours. There's a bunch of other stuff I have to do. Mostly it's quests, I think. I have a bunch of like quest items that like I've got things in the game where it's like I've got a merchant with an item slot and there's nothing to buy in it, or I've got a chest where I've got two chests in the game that give you the same item, but there should be only one of them. And I've got a couple of quests where the quest reward just doesn't exist. So it's important that I do that, where I set it all up correctly. If I take a big step back, actually, we'll take a break. We'll come back in like 5 or 10. We'll review the project top down. And we'll think about what needs to happen to fix anything. Let's get rid of that for now. Ability unlocked modal, refine enemy triggers, production. Yeah, I gotta run. I'm gonna take a break. Okay. All right, see you in a bit. Okay, we back. I'm feeling good, chat. I feel pretty good. I feel like we're making good, confident progress. Oh shit, that's a bug. Let's fix that. Okay, this is not a fix. This is like really, it's more like content or polish. And it's really more like update. This is real though. This we got to fix. Like right now. Let's go do it. All right. So, crafting uses all of the components to satisfy design and inventory. That's a real bad one. All right, and it's somewhere here. So right now, let's just say we've got an item and the item requires like 3 straps of leather and 1 iron scrap. If you have 20 scraps of leather, because you have 3, it'll use all of them. So we don't want that. I'm just going to confirm that's the case. I'm pretty sure it's the case. It might be this ridiculous nested thing that's doing it. So this is giving the player the required item. This is the end. And is that give take? Yeah, okay. It might have been better to have that be a bit more explicit, but it's okay. So you would think quantity would be enough. Oh, that's interesting. It could be the case. Huh. Okay. All right. Let's try something. Let's do some science. All right, brother. We've got 2 leather straps right now. Let's spawn 15 of the item leather strap. Okay. Now we've got 17 leather straps. So the pauldron takes 2. 1, 2, 3, done. I don't know what happened here. 99999 issues, but that's okay. We don't talk about that. Okay, what do we got? Oh, no, that's fine. Okay. Okay, I think maybe... I don't know what the problem was. I can't say. Oh, it might have been the generics. It might have been the generics. But currently, I don't think you can make anything that uses generics. I think that's actually what that does. When and where did you learn code? Hey, wait, first of all, Jovan Petrovsky says, is there a video that shows his setup and everything for Asprite? Yes. It's like turbocharge your Asprite workflow. That pretty much covers what I use. Okay, and then Online Ambassador says, where did you learn to code? High school, university, self-taught, you know, bits and pieces everywhere. I learned for like a year at uni. But I was coding the whole time. Like, you know, once you learn how to write a little bit, you can teach yourself a lot because you just build on top of it. If you just learn by doing, it's pretty practical for code. It's just that you might not know about your bad habits unless someone else tells you not to do them. So working with people is actually the best way to learn. Being embarrassed by someone telling you not to do something is the best way. Yeah, this thing right now, it actually is totally incompatible. That's about 15 years. That's right, Fu. Can you add a Luger P08? No. This game doesn't have guns in it. It's too... Cannons, yes. Pistols, that's a bit late. Anything from like the 20th century, 19th century, too late. So no Luger. Sorry, bud. Yeah. I started code in like we were doing code in high school in like 2007. I was learning Visual Basic. You know, so what year is it? 2025? That's 18 years ago. Shit. And then I started learning Java in 2010. That's 15 years ago. That's right. And you actually improve more the more you do it. Like you can't, it's the time is not the thing. It's the time you spent, not the amount of years, you know, it's how long in that period of time were you actually doing stuff, building things. Yeah, this is the problem. So for every item in the inventory, if it's a generic and it satisfies the requirement, then we found the requirement. This should be only if we haven't. What the heck? Sorry. There we go. At least that's going to help. But there's a problem. How old am I? How old do you think I am? How old do I look? Yeah, the problem with the system that I've got right now is that you have no way of choosing generics anymore. So in the past, there were these like making an iron sword was like, well, you need any pommel, any handle, and an iron sword blade, a one-handed blade. That'll make an iron sword. And in the past, the system that I did was like, you would pick the individual components that were going to get put into the recipe, and then if they satisfied the conditions, you would make it. Now that doesn't work because I'm auto-filling the list of things that you're making. So when you autofill, you get put in this position where like, well, what if the player didn't want to use that pommel, even though it's a pommel and it satisfies the condition? They might have wanted to save that pommel for a different sword. So it doesn't work that way anymore. The generics they don't work in the current build of the game, unless I give you a little UI to choose the thing. I don't know. You're going to say 26, but the way I talk puts me as in my 30s. Damn. And is that the depth of my voice or my vocabulary, or just that I talk like a millennial? What if I talked way more like this? Chat, today we're gonna make a game. Right? Type shit. Suddenly I'm a 28-year-old American or a 26-year-old. I am in my 30s. If I just talked slower, if I hit my head against the wall a few times, I would sound younger. All right. I think that I'm going to call. It's just that they're not set to, what's the word? They're not supported anymore. Do something about whether we want to support generics or not. So that's just going in the backlog. That's not even. It's just it's something. Backbench. No. We'll chuck it in. It's not even bugs. It's like, I don't even know where it goes. I'm going to put it out of sight for the moment. Those things scare me. Can't fix them. You sounded more like a Canadian. Your mom's in the hood, bro? It's not a bad one to fix. What do we do? Updated. Okay, fix remap feature on game button screen. Let's go to it. Say bud at the end of every sentence. Okay, bud. For sure. Toronto. So, whoa, whoa. Okay. Game object dot find gamepad wizard dot get component menu controller dot open menu. Jesus, that is holy hard code. All right. Well, we can certainly go and find it. Gamepad wizard. Gamepad wizard. I mean, it does exist. Does it do anything when I do that? Hey, Pudgy Frog, thank you so much for the 10 bucks. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Gamepad wizard. Nothing really happened when I did that. If I turn this on, it's broke. But keyboard wizard should have shown up, right? Keyboard wizard, canvas. Okay, all right. Well, I mean, technically, it does work. I'm not sure we could. I'm not sure if it's worth doing that. Just sort of enabling them that way. In fact, does it even find these things? Does this even happen anymore? Oh, literally it's not even doing the on trigger test for this. Okay, well that's a bit silly. What is this? This is a control plinth, which is a mono behavior. It probably could be an interactable if we wanted it to be. Let's have a look. It's got an animator on it, it's got a control plinth on it, and it's got a interactable NPC prompt interactable, which is fine. And it's got a little banner there. Nice. Yep. Player detector, retro animator, all good. All good stuff. Okay, so then it's gonna take that trigger. We can call this interactable trigger. What the heck? What the heck? I don't know why we would set active. This is a bit weird. I mean, if we're not using a gamepad and we're not using a known controller, we just don't let the player play the game, or what? We just say, sorry, bud. Sorry, bud. You're out of luck. No games for you, huh? Go get yourself a Mad Catz controller and come back, yeah? Yeah, I'm just going to ignore that. And then this is... Then we can do on trigger. We can say could do that if we want. I don't think we need this. Although, what do we need? What do you need, bud? What do you need, bud? Unity action. Wait, what? Is it not like that? No? It needs an interactable. Okay. Try again. Hey, Repack. Except... is it late? Nah, that's on awake. Why not? Why wouldn't that work? Null references. Come on. Come on, bruh. Debug.log trigger plus... How could it be that this, which gets fired on awake, this thing here goes on awake. This thing here goes on start. Start happens after all the awakes are finished, which means there's no way this can be null when we do this. That's facts. No cap. Am I in my 20s now? Oh, okay, it's fine now. Okay. Hey. Hell yeah. All right, does this work too? No, don't remap all the buttons. Cool. Cool, except obviously that the gamepad button was just terrible. Also, the keyboard solution had these descriptions of what the keys do. Oh my gosh. Special key, this interacts. You can make a combat system video. I don't know. I should probably give him a sword here. I just don't know how to do that. I mean, I can give him one here. What kind of combat system? Does my game or Repack Live? I guess you're talking about Repack. I'm using the old input system right now. Yeah, I think it does not handle. I think it's only QWERTY right now, because I know French is AZ here, so that already screws this up. It might be something I have to change. I don't actually know. Let's have a look. Yep, that's a problem. Yeah, I might have to lose this one. There's lots of stuff like this, really cool stuff in the game that I just might have to throw away. Oh yeah, it's action combat. You want to see some gameplay before I fix this? Not here. Follow me. One sec. I'll show you a bit more. This is some later stuff. Oops. Whoop. Whoop. Missed it again. How about this and this and this and that? Cool. There you go. It actually wasn't supposed to do that just then, but we'll act like it was. So actually, this combat trigger mini boss container needs this boss end scene is null. So scene path. How do I check if that's null or not? Oh, thank you, Gruntled. What is the check here? Do I never check if it's null? I mean, here I check if it's default. How do I check if it's null? Is valid scene asset. But that's private. String.empty. Let's try that. The story's not yet ready. That's right. Yeah, it is supposed to feel like Smash Brothers. Nice. A little bit. It's sort of like Smash Brothers. If Smash Brothers was like a Souls-like, I guess. I don't know. All right, so do we fix this now? I guess so. The gamepad wizard's totally broken at the moment. Oh, thank you. So there is a retro animator which is not playing, and those are the slides for the wizard. And for some reason, when we load in, those just start playing. So we need to figure out why they're playing when they're playing, and that should help us. I don't even like that this is a retro animator. I think that's silly. It shouldn't be one. It should just be a sprite renderer that's cycling through the frames, if that. Because otherwise we've got this. It's like this. I mean, yeah, it's just a bit weird, isn't it? Hey, Supersonic Root. It's just awkward. It's just an awkward way to build it. Again, though, this is not playing. So then why, when I fire that up with the controller, does that immediately do that? Probably because on start, it's probably trying to do something. Let's have a look. Okay. You're a star. You're a star. So on enable, it's supposed to play, and it plays from the start frame, 4 frames, and then it stops. Does this just not work anymore? Does it not know how to stop when it's time to stop? That would be bad. Okay. Update playback, sure. Or looping. Okay. Is it looping? It's not set to looping. That's false for looping, right? Why is that code so long? Why is what code so long? This? That's not very long. Play this. I mean, it makes sense to play that at 10 frames per second. This is just disgusting. Just so we all know. What you're looking at right now is me trying to cycle through the like background of the controller input menu. Like I've got 4 slides that fade it down. Totally unnecessary. And then later on, I guess we advance. What the heck? I don't even know what it's doing. Let me just turn it off. Let me just make it not do anything. Why don't we just say animator dot set seek to frame 4. Let's just do that, and then we don't have to do anything. Oh, okay. That's a bit weird. Oh, if you... Huh. I just found a bug. I just found a new bug. Let me take that down. I didn't know you could do that. It's possible to cancel jump with a roll. I wonder if that works if I go this way. Yeah, you literally can. if you're quick enough. That would actually give you a little bit of iframes without committing you to the rest of the role. It actually could be a good tech. It's cool because you actually see what I'm doing as well. It was easy to do going back this way. Oof. Okay. If you change directions mid-slide, does he stop? You mean, what do you mean? Oh, if I do that? It's easier on keyboard. It's the way I do it is I have SOCD. I do last input. So it doesn't go to neutral if you input both directions simultaneously. It goes to the last input that you pressed. So if you're holding left, you can tap right. And interrupt it. I'm still holding right. So I'm holding right and I'm tapping left. And then I'm holding left and I'm tapping right. You can do that. So you can do simultaneous inputs, but it always picks the last input you pressed. All right. So the thing I didn't like was, that's the first thing, was that we can, did I write it down? Yeah. And then the other thing was, I don't like that the menu on the gamepad solution doesn't take up the whole screen. Like, what is this? What is even happening right now? Like, what is... What is this sprite size? It's 480 by 270, but so is the screen right now, I'm pretty sure. So why isn't it taking up the whole screen? It's so poorly thought out. The whole thing is just so bad. Why would I hard code the background into the sprite? Adam. 2017 Adam was so lazy. Maybe I thought I was going to come back and fix it later, and it's just been so long that I just haven't done that. It's actually killing me. Wait a second, that's not the thing I'm trying to fix. It's this background. This is the thing. Yeah, this wizard or whatever. Why is it? It's also what, 480 by 270. Yeah, bro, you don't have to do that. You don't have to hard code the background into there. Why would you do that to yourself? Because 2 years later, you're going to change the game resolution from 480 by 270 to 640 by 360. And now your black background isn't going to reach the rest of the screen because you hard coded it, you dummy. You ding dong. Why would you do that? Wait, I have an Xbox version? Do I actually? Looks like no. Just very poorly thought out. I mean, what am I doing? Also, as much as I love Super Pretendo, why did I squeeze the letters like this? Why didn't I just... Is it because I did this? I mean, that's better. I also think all of these letters, all of these should be down one. And all of this should be down one. And all of maybe this should be up one and yeah, like that. It's not right. Maybe the P should be back here. The R is just in a different... P and the R should be the same. I'm not gonna go crazy with it. It just bothers me that it's wrong. Maybe I'll make the P a bit wider by 1, and that will give me a bit of space. It is much better. That is a lot better. Okay, let's just leave it at that. Oh no, it's not. Okay, excuse me. How come you are different from you? Brother, what? What layer are you on? Oh, you're just on some dumb layer that means nothing. Okay, good. Even these arrows, this all could have been literally just one. The S, oh no. Okay, we'll do it that way. This all could have been one frame, and then this could have just been placed where it needs to go on each of the things. I could have just positioned it over the sprite rather than made multiple frames of the sprite. Anyway, file, save as, Insignia, assets, sprites, UI, mapping, gamepad, wizard, cancel. I'm deleting that and I'm going to export this. I don't even, you know what? I'm going to redo this. I'm just not going to do that to myself. I'm just going to export this one selected layer. PNG, PNG files, gamepad wizard. Yes, please. Selected frames, go. Just the one. Thank you very much. And then this wizard slides thing, you're just gonna have to figure it out, bud. Bro crashed out on his old self. I was just a kid back then, but I was a kid who didn't know what he was doing. Also, this could be its own prefab, bro. I'm just better at this now than I was. That's all I have to say about that. Okay. So first things first. You can stay there. That's great. Next, we've actually got the transforms for all of these. So we can literally just put an arrow above the transforms. Also, let's make this, since we've got a canvas here, why don't we make this background not a sprite renderer with a retro animator, but instead an image. Like a real boy. Okay, set that thing to native size at 1:1:1 scale. And we're dancing. We're moving. Okay, the canvas. Full size canvas. Okay, this, no idea what's happening here. Let's just make it much better for ourselves, huh? I'm imagining they are UI focuses, which is okay. But this intro, man, it's really, really painful to look at. Okay, thank you. I think this is before I even understood what a rect transform was. Man, I was just lost. What was I doing? I was just lost. Oh my gosh. I should do Text Mesh Pro right now. That would be a good thing to do if I was smart. I should replace these right now with Text Mesh Pros. Do I have a thing called like a label? Like just a normal label? Focusable label? Not that kind. They're cool though, but I don't need that. It'd be a good idea if I did it. It should probably be more like Apollo. Well, it can be Insignia. I think Insignia is a 16-point font. Okay. This, copy paste, delete this, call this cancel, rename. Probably shouldn't have done that. Probably still need all that. What are we doing? Oh man. Oh, that's so bad. I made all the fonts. Menu controller, close menu on back. I'm not gonna screw with it. I'm actually just gonna add a text mesh pro and call it cancel. And then add a text sizer. And then delete this one. And then these two should be still connected to each other the same way. It's much better now. Button transforms shouldn't have moved, which is great. Go me. Except what the heck am I doing, brother? These are on such weird positions, dude. I think I just manually placed them there, being like, that's good enough. But like, come on, dude. What is this? 0? Why do they have a Z axis? None of them should have those. So we go jump, roll. Yeah, dude, I mean, just stop this madness. Joshua, stop this. The fact that it's even a sprite render is kind of making me upset. It shouldn't really be one of those. It should be an item. I mean, an image. Did anyone here like Final Fantasy 16? I really wasn't a big fan of it. Hey, CG Buen. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. So this is now better. This gamepad wizard is kind of too big, but it's strange because it's inside of the UI and the UI is scaled correctly. So somehow we need to make this 0.1. And then let's just apply that to that. And then we go hide that here, but then in here, we click this, we go to this. And now we've got this. Good. Battlefront 3. You're playing 16 right now. How far are you? It kind of lost me. Is the controller the menu? It is a menu, yeah. It's to remap it's not to remap the buttons. It's to assign the buttons on your controller according to the buttons that are in the game. So like some controllers, you know, if you press this button here, it'll register in the game as this button until you go through this menu. So this is like it's not gamepad button rebinding, it's gamepad button synchronization. I felt like it wasn't really a Final Fantasy in the way that I like Final Fantasies to be. It kind of lacked all of the hallmarks, and instead it felt a lot more like a Devil May Cry game that was had like a Final Fantasy skin on it. And as a Final Fantasy, Devil May Cry is not very good because you really don't have to think that hard in it. That was the thing that really got me. Like, I really would have preferred to have to be like, what's the word? Strategic about my moves. I felt like instead it was more like just stacking power that I had onto the enemies. I feel like if I press the two trigger buttons and then do all my things and just cycle through my abilities, that's just good enough in the game. And in just a straight up character action game, I feel like that's fine. But like in a Final Fantasy, it's like, I want to have to think about what the elements mean in the game. Okay. So, this is going to break horribly because I just broke it. Also, it really bothers me that the wizard here is like inside the canvas. That's not how I normally do this anymore, but whatever. Let's remove the animator. Don't need you. Don't care about that. I don't even know if that needs anything here. Yeah, I think for me, it's like, and a lot of other people, it's like Final Fantasy, it used to be something so specific, you know? And what that thing was really good. Like it's closer to what Clair Obscur is, you know? Clair Obscur feels a lot more like Final Fantasy than any Final Fantasy in the last 10 years has. Like it's a role-playing game that's turn-based, where the characters have differences that makes them interesting to play against each other, against enemies, play with each other against enemies. It's like we want that. That's what the game is. Because otherwise, it's sort of not really anything. It's just like a name at that point. It's more like a brand. You know, if Final Fantasy isn't a specific kind of game. Do you like Breath of the Wild? I heard the same argument of being not a real Zelda. the thing is, Breath of the Wild is much better than Final Fantasy 16. I can forgive I can forgive Zelda for not being a classic Zelda, because that formula has been explored to such a degree that, and actually Breath of the Wild is a lot closer to Zelda 1 than a lot of the later Zeldas have been. So they were quite clear about departing from the formula they had created in service of reigniting the flame of the original thing. And I think what they landed on was something that was so valuable that I never felt like it was a betrayal of the formula, because it was something that was really compelling. Like, do you ever think about how in Zelda 1, you have these dungeon entrances that look like this? And they look like the entrances to the what do you call them? Oh my God. This is what the entrances to the shrines look like in Zelda. Like, it's the same idea of like, you're in the overworld, you're exploring, you see a little like thing poking out of the ground with a door that goes down into the underworld. And then you go in there and there's like a few challenges, and then you come out the other side and there's like, a ton of them. That's in Breath of the Wild, but it's not in any of the later ones. Instead, the later Zelda dungeons are like from Ocarina through to Skyward Sword, they're more like RPG dungeons, which is, I of course, what I would think most people consider as like mainline, that's what Zelda is like those big cinematic dungeons. But and I would say it's a criticism that, this is the thing, I mean, just my personal preference when it comes to Zelda, I think that Zelda as a cinematic action adventure game is preferable over, say, this game. And I think it's possible to do both. But I think game dev is so friggin' hard. It's so incredibly hard to do game dev well, that I don't mind that the outcome of the experiment of Breath of the Wild was a kind of game that doesn't do classic Zelda very well, but does what this new modern Zelda is. It redefines a genre, and that's great. I'm happy for them to do that. The next game they make, maybe they'll find the middle point between the two and they'll do a good job of it, I hope, if they're confident. But it doesn't mean that Zelda, Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom are bad games or not real Zeldas. I just think they didn't have the design opportunities to make them to pay service to the cinematic elements. They didn't explore how to do that enough relative to the amount of open world design work that there is. Like, I would say Breath of the Wild's story is not it's not a fun plot. It doesn't really have a plot, all of the interesting stuff in that game happened 100 years before the game starts, and you're kind of like at your own leisure picking up the pieces, which is fine. It allows the player to do what the game's good at their own pace, which is the whole point of that game. That escapism, exploration, over weeks and weeks to fill out the world. That's great. I think they can still have an important plot. And it bothers me a little bit that the marketing material for both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom showcased these very these hugely cinematic moments. Like, if you watch the trailers for those games, they are not, I talk about this every so often, so people in chat might know where I'm going with this, but if you watch the story trailer for Breath of the Wild, every single cool cutscene that you see in this thing is like something from a cutscene that takes place not in the time scale that the game takes place in. Even this music, it's like there's a shadow looming over Hyrule. It's like none of these places are affected by that shadow. Like when I watched this before this game came out, I was like, they've done it. They've made a better Ocarina of Time somehow in a huge open world. Because that's what a lot of this imagery evokes. Like, wow. Huge, expansive. And then you see the Deku Tree, like Ocarina of Time. But that's not that, we haven't even got started yet. And the music is very purposeful. Listen to the drive.
The history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of the Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has endured over the ages.
I mean, this is all pretty honest so far. This feels very immediate. I've got goosebumps. It's a great trailer. It's a good game too, let's be honest. It's an awesome game. Most of this stuff is not like plot stuff, that action stuff. It's just like moments you can have in the game.
That look on your face tells me that you have no recollection of me, however.
I think you are now ready to hear what happened 100 years ago.
Like that's a flashback, 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 that's a flashback. Like every moment, that's a flashback. Every cool plot moment, that's a flashback. Flashback. That's not. That's a flashback. And this music, like, this is like the Legend of Zelda music. You're seeing a Goron, he's dead. He's a ghost. Flashback.
You must save
Flashback.
my daughter.
Flashback. All of it. It's like such a cool trailer. But like, wouldn't it be even cooler if any of that happened in the game? Like, wouldn't it be so cool if you're riding around with Zelda? If all of that stuff, because it makes it feel like,
100 years ago.
right, we're in like the last third of the trailer, yeah? Imagine if these two spend the last third of the game traversing Hyrule together on a race to reunite the kingdoms of Hyrule, all the different, regions, on a quest to reclaim Hyrule Castle from Ganon. And at this point, they're in the last hour and they failed. And, like all of that's cool. It just doesn't happen in the game. Good trailer though. So in that sense, I guess I would agree with you that it's not like a real Zelda in that sense, but it certainly knows what we want it to be. I want to watch the Studio Ghibli Zelda movie that I'm playing. I want that to happen. All right, is this even gonna function right now? Probably not. Oh, they're flipped. How did I get them backwards? I just have to do that, I guess. Nice. Deet, doot, deet, doot. Deet, doot, deet, doot. Okay. Well, so far so good. Now I just need a background for this thing. We'll call it the black. And make this none. And make it the correct black color. And make it fill all the space. Ding, 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 ding. And it's not going to be very nice when it does that, but at least it won't show us what's behind us. Nice. Much better. Yeah, the item degradation, I think, is in Zelda, in Breath of the Wild. I understand why people didn't like it. I recognize it as a valid combat system. I think it's fine. Like a valid feature of not just the combat system, but like the progression mechanics of that game depend on there being a continual motivation for you to keep building things and finding things, and not building, but finding things in that game. So if your weapon, if you get the Master Sword and then you never need to get another weapon off an enemy ever again, then the gameplay loop, the core gameplay loop of like seeing a camp of what are they called? Bokoblins. Seeing like a Bokoblin camp and going, oh, there's a treasure chest in there. I wonder what will be there. And then, running in and breaking your weapon on an enemy and he drops his and you pick his weapon up and you stab, all of that stuff. And then you get to the chest and it's a ice staff or whatever. That is only fun with the weapon degradation. Without it, you make a cool weapon. That's now your weapon. You never bother with that stuff because what can they offer you in the game? Hey, Paz Rice, thank you so much for that gifted sub. And it's not that you wouldn't enjoy running into the camps and doing stuff, but the incentive to do it would be a bit weaker, or they would need to find some other kind of system that motivated you to find like treasure in ways that, maybe like in Tears of the Kingdom, they've got the batteries and stuff. Maybe that would have been enough of an incentive in Breath of the Wild, but it's not. I think it's a much more consistent loop when you have the weapon degradation. That's the thing. You can make that perpetually relevant. The game never gets stale because you're always trying to get new stuff. But I know that doesn't feel like Zelda, and I totally get why people would be upset about that. Okay. So to do, I think it would be pointer dot instance pointer. Man. Where are the buttons? How did I do this? Hang on a second. Getting a phone message. Someone suggested that breaking weapons should give you some sort of unique resource, which is an elegant solution to it feeling purely negative. Hey, David Holland, that's a pretty good suggestion. Yeah, I mean, I think resource would have been a good way to go about it. Maybe it's like, maybe there would have been some sort of scrap mechanic with that you get rupees for or something. That game's got the thing is, like, Breath of the Wild needs to be pretty flat as a game in terms of the progression. I mean, like, you can get hearts, you can get better gear. I don't think that they have had enough progression systems in place and no way of routing the player through those progression systems at the time. I guess Tears of the Kingdom, like I said, it does have them with the batteries and stuff. So in a way, like, yeah, I can see that. Rupees, obviously, also, like, you know, being able to buy cooler stuff. But I guess it's hard to know what kind of game that they would have made. Like, what is the resource? What is the thing that you want to be able to permanently improve about your experience? Because I think ultimately players are looking for some sort of value, right? Like, they want more for doing more. Like, I've put my time in, what do I get out? If you give them anything, then they can scrutinize what it is. So it's like, okay, what would I get? And the more I play, the more I should expect to get that thing, which should be valuable to me. You know, in an RPG, it's XP, right? It's like, okay, my character levels up and now I'm stronger permanently. But permanent strength in Breath of the Wild kind of would kill the experience, I think. The fact that you have to scrounge is, I think, a huge part of what makes that game. Like, running out of arrows and having to switch to something else is, like throwing a spear instead. I think that's the ethos of the game. So what would be the permanent thing? Is it a cosmetic thing? Maybe. Is it a quest thing? Maybe there's like some sort of resource where the more of it you accumulate, the more you can do. Like the Tarry Town stuff. Maybe you could have like helped build the town. I think you do need rupees for that. Maybe that is what would have helped. You know, like you can. Yeah, I think quest progress would have been a good one. Just like some resource that you need in order to engage with the quest dimension of the game, such that you advance the side characters' plots further along. The more you go out and explore, and just by virtue of breaking weapons and stuff, you just get more of that stuff. Yeah, that would have solved it. I'm satisfied. Yep, that'll do it. Listen for button presses. Assign new ones to the used buttons list. But how do I know what these are? Oh, right. That's just accumulating the buttons you've pressed so you don't double press them. That's fine. Okay, but what is the button that we're pressing? I guess I got to check out what I did with this thing. Where's the script? Here. Now, what was this? Animator, get sheet, sprite list. So these were hard coded in order of what I decided. Holy moly. And then what? Whoa, okay. So it's literally, it's these in this order. Okay. Sure, buddy. Come on, Adam. Public, Jesus. What are these? These are Gamepad Wizard button transforms in this order. So list, transform, all buttons. Can I set target without setting focus? Do I need UI focus? Target focus. What if this just wasn't a focus? What if this was just a target? What else does it need? Users focus. Ah, okay. Okay. Well, then I can't do that, can I? That's a bit dumb. What if I just set its... I mean, at a certain point, I might as well just have like a custom thing that's just like... Public transform pointer. And I think it is possible to set up the game in such a way that you actually get permanently better stuff. I think that's fine. It's just that you have to be really, really careful about the pace of that, you know? At a certain point, it's like, if the player can grind their way through the game's progress and do that before doing the story, then they can do this weird thing. I think Skyrim does that, where it's like you can just run off, get super buff, and then come and do the story later. You know, it's okay. It's if you like that kind of thing. That's kind of cool, Danilo. Like you make the upgrade tree the enemies. That's pretty interesting. When will the game demo be out? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I'm going to release this one as a demo to the public. It's definitely going out to publishers, that's for sure. I just don't know what I want to do about whether or not it should be public. Because if I do want it to be public, it might be better to wait until I've got like a reason, you know, like we're doing a Kickstarter or something like that, you know, or early access on Steam, or rather than just going, well, here it is because it's finished. You know, I want to save that. You will have the chance to play it as an alpha test, like in the next week. I'm going to get you to play test it for me. But it won't be permanent. Like it'll be up for like a couple of weeks and then I'll take it down again. So if you want to play it, you can. You just got to keep watching. Wish list wise, we've had the wish lists up for like 6 weeks, almost 2 months, and we've got 4K, which is pretty good considering I haven't uploaded the trailer or made an official announcement. That's pretty good. It's basically just this stream. And then like, if you happen to watch my recent YouTube videos, like you might have seen me mention it a couple times. Whoops. What? Okay, it's clockwise. Okay. Decent. Whoops. The thing is, it doesn't actually listen. When I set these, it doesn't seem to really do anything. Why this approach instead of the usual bind remaps? Because the game is set up in a very specific way where it's not that you are choosing which button does what. You're not choosing for this button to be the jump button or this button to be the jump button. All you're doing is saying this is the south button. The south button is always going to be the jump button because the game's design expects certain buttons to be in a certain arrangement. So like this button needs to be the attack button because it's in the lore of the game that the fire symbol is on the left-hand side and that's the attack. That those are bound to the attack abilities. It's like there's a bunch of, it needs to be that way. So I'm not giving the option to like do what you want. It's actually more just because the Unity input system is a bit weird, and sometimes you might have a gamepad that like uses this as this button. Like gamepad button 1 might be this one, but I need it to be this one. So it's really just allowing you to assign it's to sync it up. That's all it's for. Just in case your gamepad's screwy, you know. Isn't this bad for accessibility? Well, it might be, but that's the game that I'm making. You know, if you make a movie in black and white, it might not be great for people who have low vision or whatever. But like, are you going to not make a black and white film for that reason? Do I have a team? I have had a team. I do have a team. They're just not contracted right now because we're looking for funding. But yeah, this screen's a little bit... This is a little bit dated. I need it to be functional, but it's not a major feature of the game. You can redo it, yeah. So my question is, why is set buttons which is a string, yeah. Maybe it just doesn't save them? I'm not sure. I mean, save config is right there. Oh, I don't know if I use this anymore. I don't think I want the binary formatter. I got to get rid of that. It's a vulnerability. It's not good. I'd prefer JSON. Better for modding. All right. I'll put that on the to-do list. One sec, pals. Alrighty. Yeah, no, the funding was great. We actually used, I think we used almost, we used all of it, but how do I put this? It's hard to, the way that it's worked out, it's like, I think that I've used all of it, but I have, the way that grant funding works is they hold back about 20% to redeem to you after you finish. So I think I spent about 20 of my own money in the 100K. There's about almost 30K that I've spent as part of the 100, but I'm going to get back, which means I will have a budget going forward to put into the game. But it's a small budget for now. It still means we need a publisher, but yeah. So I don't know. I have to think about what to do with it. But the money's not. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone to a good thing. It's helped get the game to a place that's like really sweet now. And the whole point of that milestone was really about demonstrating that we can go into production. Like for me, being in a position of the director and delegating work and moving forward and making decisions, that's like, to me, what was the proof for that. Yeah, because that means that I can take that experience to a publisher and say, we are able to work this way. We can be in production, we can be churning stuff out as long as we've got the funds. It makes it simple, hopefully. So this thing I just need to fix. If you are jumping, you can roll. That's the problem. As long as you're still grounded. KD is knockdown, I think. Yeah, okay, so not that one. This one. That's it there. Does that just fix it immediately? Yeah, straight up. See, that it feels so good to have that kind of momentum on the project where it's just like, oh yeah, I know this game so well that even very, very, very particular things, I can just target them and squash the condition immediately. Feels good. All right, well, we're done. We did a lot of good stuff today. I'm just going to confirm that this works in a normal scene. If I go here, 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 Gamepad. Continue. Bump, 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 bump. Okay. Technically works. It just doesn't actually work. It sort of works. Why do you need a publisher? Hey, Paiso. King of noobs. I can't publish it myself because I need more development resources to get it over the line. I need a lot of people working with me. I like what I'm doing and I work well and I have this technical skills to do all the tasks, but I don't have I need more people. I just need like 5 of me, you know, to make it work. Because there's so much more content to add, story and stuff, that like I'm just not interested in doing all of that by myself. It's not a fun way to spend the next 4 years of my life minimum. Whereas we could get it done in like 18 months, I think, most of the content, if we started a month from now, I think we just hit the ground running. But I need to spend a little bit of time after so like the little roadmap ahead of us looks like this. I send this to publishers, you know, try to get a growing list going, have a bunch of conversations. It sucks that it's already end of May and we're still doing this, but that's life. Send it out, get the grant money back, take on there's like a contract or 2 that I want to take on. While I'm doing that, I'm writing the next like I'm going through and filling in the plot for chapters 3 and 4 and reviewing chapter 2 plot. So that when the team finally comes back, we just block in all the content. There's no decisions that need to be made. We just put it in. That's the goal. There's still a little bit of like revision I need to do. Like chapter 2, you know, there's a big dungeon and stuff. It's a giant set of, not there, that huge dungeon, really interesting. Lots of, you know, town stuff. But like there's lots of decisions that aren't fully made here. Lots of pieces that aren't sewn together. So that's chapter 2. And then 3 is very bare bones right now. It's pretty linear and doesn't really have enough. There's nothing that really happens in it yet. The story's not in. Chapter 4 is the same. It's like there's nothing there yet. So Charles says, sort of related to this, in the alpha, the vines that damage you leave you invincible longer than you lose control, so you can kind of just red dash through after. Oh, I see. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks, Paiso. All right, pals, I gotta go. It was fun. I'm in a good, like, we're in a pretty good spot right now. I feel it every day. Like, the things that I need to fix, they're kind of like not scary. They're kind of fun. And this is getting smaller. You noticing that? The list is like shrinking a little. It's good. Oh yeah. I know where the story goes. I've got like, I could tell you the story of the game, like as if it was a movie. I could have done that 6 years ago, but there are details that make it really, really rich. Some of which I'll just be sitting around and I'll go, oh, what if this character is related to this? And what if they've done this in the past and that affects that? And what if I tease that in this chapter so that when you get to this point, it makes, you know, little opportunities to just make it a little bit more intermeshed. Stuff like that comes up a lot. There's a whole side plot that I came up with like at the start in 2017. It's coming. And that side plot, I didn't have a name or any idea about the place that it took place in. But like 2 weeks ago, I was like, let's give this place a name and think about the people who live there. And then there's a character that I had in chapter 1 that's now from that place. So little things like that, I still find opportunities to add depth. All right, I'm going. My wife's giving me the get off eyes. Not the bedroom eyes. The hurry up and come for dinner eyes. We are rating Booyah. All right. Make sure to wishlist. Thank you, everybody. That one. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. You've all been amazing. I'll see you Monday. Thanks, everyone. As always, if you like my content, you can always go to the YouTube channel and watch there. You can subscribe. You can become a patron. Lots and lots of options. Definitely wishlist, though. That one's free. So thank you. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.